Okay. Well, we tried to wait as long as we could. I'm pretty sure that that Senna will be joining us momentarily. I hope.
I hope to, for a different reason.
If not, then okay. We'll just. This is going to be a really intimate session of 3, but it's fine. We got some NPCs. I do have Dimitri footage. Not a ton, but we have some Dimitri footage. So there's some stuff there. But yeah. Senna's usually on his way home right about now, so I have a feeling that some stuff came up and he's having to work late or something, because I have not heard from him yet. So here we are.
The Red Cloaks got him.
The Red Cloaks finally, they did their things. They did their things. Well, look who it is. I can't believe you actually have a Joker emoji. This, y'all, is my sibling. My younger sibling. Now that I know who you are.
Did you just not know the last time?
No, I had no idea. I was like,
the internet is scary.
The internet is a wild place, and so for two streams, I would see this Joker the Craze, and I was like, oh, please don't be some crazy ass troll that's just gonna go off at some point. But it all makes sense now. Yeah. Just like, hey, new friend. Exactly. Well, because then he also jumped in on the Praise the Mother thing, which, of course, Praise the Mother. But
Praise the Mother.
Oh, that does make sense.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, it makes so much sense.
It would make sense if he also knew the mother.
Yeah. So, yep.
Now we're thinking with portals, guys.
Now we're thinking with portals. So I had to jerry rig. I had to rig up a quick, three thing for us, but I'll fix it some more here in a moment. But in the meantime, it's fine. We're where we need to be, which is here playing some games with each other.
It is Jerry Rig because of Gerald Riggs, who is this like handyman in a town in Alabama that was known to like really fix stuff. So he was like the one that they would call on these. What?
No, I'm waiting for you to continue. I'm trying to determine. This is me doing an insight check right now, seeing if you actually know this or if you're making it up as you go.
No, it's just because of like the what's the word? The dialect essentially. Yeah. And like things got kind of like mushed together in that almost like kind of Cajun accent. I could be wrong on this other state, but I'm pretty sure it's Alabama, like this like southern town in Alabama.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Alabama.
I'm going to say I am about like 93% believe you right now.
You're a fool, man.
Damn it! No. You
lies.
I
have one prime for each one. Yeah.
You were so convincing. That was really good.
You have a computer in front of you.
I know. I could have Googled it.
That's on you. That's on you.
Why would I fact check?
Nothing stopping you from fact checking.
Why would I fact check my friends? They wouldn't lie to me.
Dude, we are prioritizing lying to each other. We're hallucinating together. This is all a big lie.
This is a group hallucination. That was because Jeremiah Rigmarole out of Louisiana. I think he worked on a fishing boat and a venture for his boat falling apart. He knows how to check the Googles.
That's a good character.
Yeah. Jeremiah Rigmarole. I did get a message from Saunders. Sorry, late call, jumping on now, so he'll be here in a minute.
No.
Yeah, it's fine. It happens. Terrible. Poor guy. I feel bad.
Oh, it's Jury Rig.
Jury Rig? G-U-R?
If we're building the structure back to the 18th century, we would have one of these terms available. Jury rig with a U has meant to erect, construct, or arrange in a makeshift fashion. It's the late 18th century and appears in the participle jury-rigged form in the earliest days.
Huh.
So about this, do we make it up?
Oh my gosh, you guys are the ones. I love that.
All right.
Okay.
Whoever works it in first gets a prize.
Yes.
It's inspiration.
Gets inspiration.
Like a rigged jury? Maybe.
Maybe it might have something. I don't know.
Jury rig
Next,
comes from jury, meaning improvised or temporary use, especially in emergency. It is a 15th century term that comes from Middle English jory,
No.
which means improvised sail, a jory sail.
Huh.
So the
The
word is
morning.
there. They haven't added rig to it yet, so that's our job.
That's your job now. Next week, Tuesday, we will not be streaming because I have a last minute work thing to do. Next week, Thursday, we will not be streaming because I will be driving.
hates us.
Yes, I will be driving to. Oh my gosh, I just realized that your bottom doesn't exist. Hold on. There you go.
Don't say that about me. The fuck, man? That's private information.
Sorry. Anyway. Next Thursday, I will be on my way up to Amarillo to Yellow City Comic Con, where I'll get to meet some of our friends from, oh my gosh, Grouch Couch. Oh, I could not think of the name. Some of our great friends from Grouch Couch. I'll be up there with Saber Guild, the 501st, etc., etc. But looking forward to, filming some fun little things to share with you guys. But in the meantime, take the week off, and then we will return next week, the week after, with a lot of fun because that week we will also be doing our Star Wars episode on the 18th. So it'll be a full week, hopefully. Yeah. But I think we'll have Vampire next Wednesday. So come say hello to our little Fang Busters. I don't know. Say Fang. Oh, I'm not gonna say the other one. Anyway, let's just go into tonight's episode because let's just.
No,
Oh,
that was amazing. All right.
he's not Twitch appropriate.
There's context to that, but you know what? It's fine.
You'll never know.
You'll never know.
Someone donates $1,000.
Yeah.
We'll explain.
We'll explain it to you particularly. Okay. Last.
Somebody cheers 1 million bits.
Oh my gosh. Last we left off, our illustrious crew here had achieved some rather interesting things in a matter of 36, pushing 48 hours.
And none of it was sleeping.
You slept for once.
I got my 4 hours in.
Your one of Esh's students, Solomon, as well as Dimitri's younger brother, had been kidnapped by some apparent red cloaks or red coats, whichever one you prefer, because I feel like we keep switching back and forth. The individuals responsible for said abduction seem to have some sort of control. Thank you, Joom Joom, for the 14 bits. Some sort of control for I only have 14. That's fine. Some sort of control over Orphic blood, something that is up until now unheard of and rather surprising. Finding those that had been kidnapped, they find amongst them 2 other individuals also who had been lost, apparently. One of them, a young man by the name of Tavin, who had been taken from the far reaches of the western world, a mysterious land known as Kansas. And Sasha, a British woman from up in, well, Britain, somewhere. Solomon, unfortunately, did not survive. But upon rescuing the others and going to a inn at the edges of town, lodging was procured, arrangements were made for fresh clothing, and a little bit of an autopsy was to be had, trying to ascertain some of the more gruesome details behind Solomon's death. It was during this autopsy that the 4 of you received a vision of astral projection from a man by the name of Dio. Dio Holtz is one of the members of the Council of Seven, a group that oversees, manages, and protects the fold. And as they have been doing so, well, not them, but this council has been doing so for quite some time. He informed Esh and the others that he would be arriving soon, and that I believe the others who had been searching had been found or discovered that they had also deceased. I believe the last thing we had left off was Dimitri seeing a curious little black cat that was hanging out by the window. And then Osher going to the window and seeing that the cat had disappeared, turned back around and was just left the window open for the time being. A nice little cool night breeze as it blows in. What are you guys doing?
I think the last thing that I had done was I cast Gentle Repose as a ritual on Solomon.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Spell. Good spell. We didn't see the cat, right?
No, I would say probably not, just because it was behind you guys. He was sitting across from y'all.
How did you want to repose Solomon?
I'm thinking like one of our French girls.
Oh no!
Too soon.
Amanda's dead.
Yeah, me from the pun. I have died because of this pun. Sheesh.
Okay, just pardon the redundancy.
No,
I'm just
you're
kind
fine.
of getting my bearings. So we're all in a room. The hostages are in the next room over. They have been reclothed, and at least the woman is bathed. Tavin is a little bit comforted. Ulrich is being looked after by Dimitri after our talk. Solomon is reposed, so he's preserved for the next 10 days. We now know that the scouts have passed. I guess that's a good place to kind of like ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
To what degree was our relation, like how deep was the relationship? Because I know we had like a little bit of just a tiny conversation with them right before we went, but that felt more professional.
Yeah,
Anything?
mostly professional. Yeah, these weren't individuals that you maybe personally, super well. Like you probably, especially because they had come from the Black Forest Priory, some of you may have seen them before, but with as many fold members as there are out there, it's more a matter of familiar face and not really like familiar with the person. If that makes sense.
And they said just like a few hours before they get there.
An hour. They'll be here within the hour.
How close are we to the dock? Because we kind of went up a little bit.
Probably about a mile, 2 miles. It's not far.
Okay.
Like we'll say it's like a 20-25 minute like walk in that direction.
Okay. And is there a place that is a little bit more secluded on the dock that isn't, especially given the time of night, or is it like all kind of pretty, like everything's kind of watched by somebody?
There's people around. The level of watching is just kind of up in the air. There's definitely, with the current state of affairs in Europe, I would imagine with Napoleon kind of being on the loose.
On the loose. He's just this little guy running around.
I would imagine that I wouldn't say there's like soldiers in the city or anything like that, but there's definitely security that's around that would be keeping an eye on things. But not to the point they're looking for incursions coming from the outside, less so, things on the inside, I would say. So, there are people that would be watching, but not like with any sort of detailed vigilance, probably.
I don't want to do something just kind of for the narrative sake of it. Like when you're watching a show, it's like, aren't there people around when they like, I'm just going to suspend that because I kind of just want to do it.
Yeah.
And I won't take up too much time.
Give us that good narratonin.
That was good. That was good.
I cannot take credit for that. That is from a webtoon I'm reading. Everyone go read Cinderella Boy.
Plug. I will kindly ask Dimitri in the other room to just keep an eye on Solomon over here until Dio gets here.
Sure.
I will ask Cinna and Ezra.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know how to mourn properly, if I'm honest. And given what we just discussed over what has made me the most vulnerable in this job and title, I would like you both to accompany me. I think it would do us all some good. I hope.
Absolutely.
What did you say, Xander?
That seems obvious.
Okay.
I will walk us down confidently to the dock. Pretty good pace, just knowing that we only have a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm. As you are walking down, you see some of the workers here are in the process of taking up clothing to the other room. They pass you on the stairs, and you see the innkeeper is like, "Is this going to do?" There's plenty of stuff in there. Oh, excellent. Go on. And she like shoos the maids further up into the hotel floor, the third floor.
I just gotta give a passing smile to Cinna of just like one of those like, change your face, you can get a lot of stuff kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can just expedite, when I get to the water with, a little bit of alone time, I am going to mechanically cast Major Image.
Okay.
And I am going to reach down over whatever, just my hands into the water, like I'm about to push a boat, cast it off, and in my hands swirls this very subtle, kind of fiery wisps that create from the palms out. Not a large boat, but big enough. And it will have a horse just like the one he rode poorly in the circus as a figurehead.
Of course.
And I'm going to, not that I need to, but just kind of for my own mental sake, kind of like hold it with my thumbs, and I will turn to Ezra. And you see this kind of long, almost that kind of like Viking style boat. And it is empty, and it has a sail that has Solomon's initials kind of embroidered in it. Ezra, is there anything that you want to put on this boat for Solomon?
Well, I already gave up my deck of cards.
I mean, anything that you want conjured. Anything at all. Something that makes you think of Solomon. Something maybe that you want him to take with him.
I think, Ezra's gonna reach back into his little pouch and like rifle around for a bit. And he's gonna come out with an actual dagger, whereas the other ones were flavored to look like syringes.
Yeah.
And he pulls out like a real dagger. It looks old, used, probably one he's had a long time. And he offers that.
I'm going to look at it. Like heart, like big ash eyes, just so focused. And you will see the mast of this boat kind of goes up in those like spectral flames and then resembles exactly that dagger that has now just become part of this ship. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think he'll need protection wherever he's going.
Knowing him, of course. Of course he will.
I won't speak ill of the dead.
And there's a little chuckle, but it immediately gets like cut off, knowing the question I have to ask.
Right.
Almost as Ezra was practice. Cinna.
Yes.
Where we are going, we will need to be extremely lucid. If there's something that you want to take, that you want Solomon to take away from you, with him, figuratively, metaphorically, spiritually, let me give it to him now.
Senna's going to take out a book that he has, a small book. It would be written in Arabic. He rips a page out of the book and hands it to you. A page from Avicenna's Alchemy. It's dear to me, and Solomon was close to my family. He was always interested in my father's alchemical reagents and ingredients. We used to, when we were younger, we used to go into my father's study and play around with the herbs and strange ingredients that he had. Make our own when father would allow us to. He's much younger, but he had a good understanding of the power of these things and put together, and these ingredients make sense, they create something great. He knew that. So this page is for him. An old recipe for potion of healing.
I take the page, and through some wizard cantrip, just some very reflexive magic, it alights slowly, and the smoke eventually reaches, with a little bit of help, this spectral ship that is, it's faint. It's relying on kind of refraction and moonlight. But you see most distinctly on the hull all of these Arabic characters being wood-burned one by one, all over what would be the planks of the ship. And the innards of the boat are bustling with all sorts of alchemical ingredients, just overflowing, almost like a garden was planted there.
If I may, could I roll, if I have to, a religion check? Could I lead a sort of prayer? I assume I've probably attended a funeral or two.
Oh yeah, I'm
in
sure.
my life.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people die.
Yeah, I would imagine that yes, you can definitely do that.
Like, he may be gone, but could I in this moment kind of do like a last rites kind of thing for Solomon over
Sure.
this?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know what that would actually look like, but I'll do that.
Heard. No worries.
Yeah, there is definitely like a pregnant pause of, there is improvisation here.
Right.
This is not so ritualized. It is something had to be done. I had a moment of time, and that is not something you really get hardly ever.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so young. And so I think just in the moment Ezra starts the first motion or utterance, my thumbs loosen and the boat floats forward. And right now it is spectral. It's pretty transparent, but we can see it because we're close and we were focused on it.
Right.
but like Solomon and his sorcery and his flames, and like the Viking ships, as it goes further, it gets oranger and more flame-like, more like he was. And as it reaches the very far reaches of a range that an illusion wizard can do, it diminishes, and it doesn't sink, but merely just ceases.
Swallowed by the mists.
Swallowed by the mists.
Nice. I like that.
And then I pivot on a heel and then walk back.
Okay.
I salute Solomon one last time.
I salute
What?
He said, "I salute you."
it's Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Big ups, buddy. See. I think I'll give one last salute and be like, "See you on the other side, Solomon." Then I'll follow Ash.
Beautiful. If the three of you have your stream open, we will scene cut here to back at the inn with Dimitri.
You have my stream open. How'd you know?
Good job. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. You go over to the next room. Knock on the door briefly and then open it before anybody answers. On the inside, you can see Tavin and Alaric are standing in front of a full-length mirror kind of thing, looking at these new clothes that have just been brought to them and they've already changed. You can see that the bathroom door is closed, and assume that Sasha's probably in there, like changing onto whatever. And on the bed is another pile of folded clothes. Like you can see a couple of different dresses, you can see a couple different trousers and shirts, a couple of different like pairs of shoes, just like random lost and found clothing items that belonged to who knows who, as none of them really seem to. They're all kind of random. Like this looks like an old lady stuff. This looks like not maybe an old lady stuff. Alaric comes over and to you, and immediately you can hear him for a moment speaking German, and the clip of babble in your ear, like translating it, but then keeping it because you understand German. So it's like you can tell that there is that little bit, and you see Tavin like look over, but then like he's watching and paying attention, but you can tell he doesn't understand what's happening, right? Look at the clothes. I got some new stuff. I think it's a little big, but it should fit.
Oh, looks like it does. You should grow nicely into them.
Dimitri?
Yeah.
He like looks at Tavin and then like looks around the corner at the door, like he's like looking around to see if anybody's listening. And he's like, "What are we going to do now?"
Well, we gotta find out where the grandmothers went, where everyone went.
Are we going to go back?
I know that you are.
Are you going to stay with these people?
I think it's time.
But I was talking to Ezra, and I want to be a knight. I want to be brave and train and fight and protect people.
Do you?
I think so. What else am I gonna do with the mothers? And I mean, they'll be fine without me.
Well, I mean, we also got to contact them somehow to let them know we're safe then.
Do you know where they went?
I do not. I was hoping you did.
Oh, they didn't know that I was not following them. We were going through the caves, and I didn't want to leave you behind. So I came back. I just waited until they were gone and they couldn't hear me anymore. And then I ran back. And I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble. I'm sorry that it got Solomon killed.
You didn't. Don't worry about it.
He asked me why I came back.
Why did you?
He shrugs. I don't know. It's just... I didn't want you to be by yourself.
Well, thank you for that. And I just put my hand over my arm and just start hugging.
Tavin comes over a little bit. I didn't figure you could speak that language. What? It was German, right?
Yeah, born and raised.
Really? You speak real good English for someone born and raised German. There, you don't got no accent and nothing.
I'm a quick learner.
Man, that's real handy. I wish I was smart like that.
So, you're from Kansas?
Mm-hmm.
What's it like over there?
Well, not like the city, that's for sure. There's not that many people. We're out, at least I haven't seen anybody except for my family in, a while. We were traveling in west trying to find, a new home somewhere out there.
Is it true what they say over there? There's a lot of those tornadoes.
Oh, those storms over there are no joke. Yeah, they're you definitely don't want to get caught up in one of them twisters. It was weird because I remember we were going to bed, and then at some point in the night, I heard Paul talking to someone. And then just got real sleepy and passed out again. I just figured I was hearing things. Maybe I dreamt the whole situation. The next thing I know, I woke up in a cell. Didn't know where I was or anything. People around me were talking in weird languages I didn't understand. Then, sometime later, I don't even know how many days passed by. It seemed like a few at least. And then Miss Sasha was thrown in the next cell over. Saw those weird red coat guys. Figured they were maybe, angry royalists or something. that try to kidnap us or try and get some sort of ransom, but joke's on them. My paws broke as hell. And the same for Miss Sasha. I never met anybody from Great Britain before, and definitely wasn't what I was expecting. She wasn't come from no money either.
Neither did my brother. Huh.
Yeah, I was trying to piece it together, but I'm not really sure what or why they chose the three of us. I mean, you know, couldn't be more different. Three of us left anyway.
How many were there?
Well, it was the four
originally?
of us.
But it was just you four and no one else?
Oh, we didn't see nobody else. At least no one else that was like a prisoner like us.
Do you know by chance where you guys were going to be taken?
No, like I said, they were talking in languages I didn't understand most of the time. There was only one of them that could speak any English.
Any words that like
Stuck out?
popped? Yeah.
Mm-mm. Nothing I can remember anyway.
Were they gonna take y'all on a boat by chance?
I think we started on a boat, honestly. It was rocking a lot. And then at some point, I guess we arrived at our destination and like one of those guys in the red coat came up to us. And I swear this is going to sound crazy, but I think he put us under some kind of sleeping spell. One minute I was awake and the next, like my eyes were so heavy. And then I was out. Next thing I knew, we were chained up underground. Definitely not a boat. Then they brought us eventually down there to wherever you all found us. And talking about being some sort of gift or tribute or something to that real tall, creepy man.
Okay. Did it say a name?
I want to say it was a count or something.
That's what I heard.
There was one of the guys said that we should count ourselves lucky that we would be given over to this Count Bellasanti, I think his name was, or Balenciaga, I don't know, something like that.
Well, that helps, actually.
And that's about whenever all the shooting started. Then the next thing I know, we're surrounded in black again. I thought I'd died until it disappeared, and then I found out everybody else died. You see, as he and you are talking, you see as he and you are talking that oh my gosh, my brain stopped. Alaric is kind of looking at you guys back and forth like, what what are you saying? Like he's just going like, wait, what? Like you can understand each other. It is quite humorous because he's just very, 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 very lost. Finally, you hear the door open, and Lady Sasha comes out, and she looks over at you and just kind of like does a little curtsy. Now in a lower class still, but a different dress and definitely an upgrade because it's no longer a nightgown. She's Well, it's not what I'm used to, but this will definitely do for now. It's slightly more proper than running around in my undergarments. I overheard you were speaking with young Tabin about the curiousness of our nature and finding ourselves here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to piece together how all three of you are connected. Just get the regular info to help out.
I really wish I had some sort of inkling as to what I or any of us have in relation to each other. I've never been to the Americas. And I think, as you heard from young Tavern and we discussed, I do not come for money. Just living my life as best I can. I mean, I thought maybe they were just in need of medical attention or something. I am a bit of a... Well, I'm no doctor, but I do help those in my village however I can to soothe any aches and pains. But they definitely weren't in need of any medical attention. At least nothing that I could provide.
Do you have a knack for fixing or healing people?
Well, I don't know if I would say a knack. I do dabble in the medicinal and herbal remedies.
It's good to know.
I'm sorry, I don't quite remember your last name.
Vite.
Mr. Vagt. Are we in good company?
Currently, yes.
You sure? These people can be trusted?
Yes. They helped me find my brother right here.
Okay.
They may seem off at times. I'm still getting used to that as well, but they are, as you said, good company.
Better than those red-coated fellows. At least, for now. I don't know, I feel that there's something big happening. She goes over to the desk and like sits down and like smooths out her dress and just kind of like stares at the lamp, just thinking. And she looks over at the rest of you because there's no TV to watch at this point in 1805. Electricity hasn't been invented, so all you can do is stare at a lamp, I guess. But Alaric turns after this little interaction. He goes to you. He's like, where did you learn to speak that?
The grandmothers. That's why you gotta do what I did and listen to their lessons.
I know for the fact that they don't teach English.
No, but they do teach the other stuff. That's why I said you should have paid attention. And I just like pat him on the head.
Bump.
Basically.
So, what happened on your way here? Tell me everything that happened after we were taken. There was a lot of commotion and then a lot of smoke, and I almost thought you had died. I should have sworn that guy with the red coat had stabbed you.
And I
But-
just like lift up my shirt to where I show him the stab wound.
He did stab you?
Yeah.
How are you not dead?
The All-Mother.
No, seriously, how are you not dead?
I'm serious. And I just like flicker my eyes to where they shimmer that yellow.
Oh.
He'll know.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
So what happened after that? And he's like, sits down and he's like ready for a story time. Do you go over the events of
Basically,
the
but I
last
won't
ed-
like
the
I
last
won't like
day?
tell him how gruesome everything is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But you give him a rundown of all of
Yeah,
the
basically.
last couple days. All right. Cool. Love that. All right. Beautiful.
Oh God. I have to turn the Twitch back off. Okay.
Too many voices over and over and over.
It was just the double that caught me very off guard. Hey!
There's the Senna.
There he is. There's our boy.
Yeah, yeah. All right, cool.
So we found out the villain is luxury brands all along.
Yeah. Totally. Jawohl, ist dem. Ist dem.
That was the scene in the forbidden last season of Game of Thrones where Arthur's like, "How did you survive a dagger through the heart?" I didn't.
Yep. All right, cool. You guys get back to the inn, the hotel that you are staying at. You walk inside and the yes, and Count Asiago. You walk inside and the innkeeper, the name is escaping me. The innkeeper, she looks over at you and as you guys are coming in, it's like, oh, excuse me. She tries to call Ash over.
Yeah.
I know that you had said that you are here under some secret business.
Yeah.
But there was a man and 4 others that just came up to the room. He was very insistent. He looked very fancy, had armor on, and actually they all had kind of some strange armor on. Are you expecting more soldiers?
Yeah.
What
Okay,
color
then.
were their cloaks?
I think that they were just blues and browns, I think.
God. You can never
Well-
be too careful.
Aaron,
Yes.
forgive me, I'm gonna do some gaslighting.
Oh no.
So
Forgive me.
Oh, I hate it already. Go ahead.
So I was thinking like at like a hotel that we would know, kind of very classically, almost comically, there's like a little bell, like a little ding ding. That's a little bit too like newish technology of that bell system. So I'd imagine they have like a little like, bell that they had there to kind of ring the clerk. So I'm going to at the end of this interaction, thank her kind of look back, see the bell, just kind of get like a little smirk, pick it up, ring it, but like press the digitation, cancel the noise, and delay it about 2 seconds. So that if she looks back at thinking that memory is weird, like that's such a strange couple happenings, it's going to be like, maybe I dreamt it all kind of thing.
Oh, very
Like,
interesting.
Other things
Excuse me,
were
DM,
off.
may I roll to gaslight?
That's pretty incredible. I don't think I've ever heard of prestidigitation used in that manner. That is pretty great.
Just on just like as I was thinking, you can do like kind of puffs of wind and stuff, and just thinking about sound is just, kind of affecting vibration of air. So just calm that and then do it back.
Okay. All right. For sure. You she's just kind of actually, and it's in the moment of you when you ring it and there's no sound there. Her eyes immediately fixate on it, and she's just like, and then now she's just staring at that as the three of you go back up the stairs. And then as you guys are climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor, you hear the ding 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 ding. And you just hear her go, what? She's just, you see on the 2nd floor, there is a young man and woman that are talking in the hallway by the staircase that leads up, and both of them are wearing kind of like raincoat cloaks around themselves. They're not really like that medieval like full cloak around cape kind of thing, but just a little bit like short, kind of goes down to the trousers or so, but you recognize the armor that it kind of peeks through on their chest as being fold armor. You see the young man and woman that they're kind of looking at. They're like acting like they're having a deep conversation, and they look over at you, give all three of you like a once over, and then the young man kind of nods. The woman smiles, and then she kind of like continues her gaze upwards, just kind of signaling for you to continue. And then they go right back into their like whispered conversation that seems almost flirtatious, but in that like extras in the background kind of way. You guys continue up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, you see another man and woman that are stationed by the doors that you guys have, the doors to the rooms that you guys have rented out. The woman here looks probably maybe like late 30s, has her hair tied back in a bun that's like a braided bun on the back of her head. She looks at the three of you, and then does a little bit of a glance up and down. Were you followed?
Never.
I'm going to say exactly what they did. Exactly the same way. Were you followed?
It was just a precaution.
Gonna like grasp their shoulder, see if my hand falls through it in any way.
Nope. As a really beefy woman's shoulder.
Hell yeah.
Just a precaution.
She raises an eyebrow. And like nods to the door for you to go inside. Once the door opens, on the inside, bed is an individual. Me.
Oh God, an individual! Kill it!
Not an individual.
Open fire!
If there's anything I learned about life, I hate individuals.
If there's one thing I know for sure, can't stand an individual.
Yep, definitely.
All my homies hate individuals.
Love that. You see a man standing at the foot of the bed, staring down at Solomon's like body.
Corpse.
Yeah.
Definitely.
This man, while dressed in what would almost be quote unquote modern for the time military coat, has these two large like silvery metallic shoulder pauldrons and like a metallic chest plate. He has a very serious, almost dour expression as he looks down at this boy and he nods, he turns his head slightly in your direction as the door opens, but doesn't break eye contact with the body before him. You recognize him, Esh, as Dio Holtz. He is one of the council members of the part of the Council of Seven, and I'm going to put in y'all's chat the base image that I am using for this guy, and I'll put that in the Discord later.
Oh no, he's hot!
You see a like close kept silvery hair, salt and pepper beard, also very like trim, and he looks over finally at the three of you. Esh, Ezra, Senna.
What do we how do we talk to him?
I guess, Ezra, this would be one of the first times you ever have like come
Sir?
So,
Bows awkwardly.
You may call me Dio.
Dio. There's a pun in there.
God. I don't say that. So,
Yeah. You're thinking it. Yeah, I got it. He looks over at he finally turns to Esh, fully comes over to you and kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, and like as he like extends a hand for a handshake, but like does the forearm grasp and puts the hand on your shoulder and like really intently looks into your eyes. How are you doing?
My German officer disguise fades that I used at the front desk. Purple hair falls down, the white roots showing, a lavender in between them. Esh looks sullen and sunken a bit. More than a bit. There is a deep, kind of like eye bags, but they're just so permanent. There is a gravity that weighs on him that he allows for the moment, because Dio recognizes what comforts Esh is proving that you're not an illusion. So he doesn't have to. And so it is just for that moment. And almost like he is now back on stage, he uses the front part of his foot to almost like rock, inflate his chest, and I'm good, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, I came to bring you all home. At least for the time being. There are plenty of questions. We've received your message. And after doing a bit of our own reconnaissance, discovered your missing comrades. Do you have any idea who might have been orchestrating these attacks, these kidnappings and things?
Yes, we do.
Lord Decking got away, right? Or did we
Well,
kill him?
He's the one that died.
Okay, great.
Just
making sure. Just making sure we got that bitch.
Yeah.
I don't think it's safe to talk about it here, though.
It's as safe as possible. We've done a full sweep of the tavern. I have Ursabet and Desamir are monitoring this floor. Colwyn and Iva are on the floor below. I believe you saw the 4 of them. I also have 2 more stationed on the outside, just in case.
I will trust you in this, but I do warn you, moving forward, these are not regular people. There is a surprise in their step and in their approach. And I'm just going to kind of give the shorthand
Okay.
as like a very practiced kind of like sit rep situation would be.
Okay.
You know,
Should
not a
we
lot of
have-
flourish.
Should we have Dimitri here for this?
Dimitri.
I think you're right. Would you go get him
Yeah.
for me?
She.
Dimitri!
Well, actually, as you get to the door, he goes, "Wait. Who is this Dimitri?"
Well, we picked him up on the way. I'm pretty sure he's an orphan that was killed by the people that killed Solomon, except he's not dead, he's alive, and his brother was kidnapped for some reason. So, we've kind of been working with him. He's been working with us. He kind of knows what's going on a basic level. But I feel like if we are to talk about everything that's happened, his point of view would be quite important, and perhaps even his brothers, as someone who survived the whole kidnapping and got close to Solomon in the process. And if there's one thing I know about Solomon, he probably told the kid more than he probably should have.
We will get
He's a crone.
a crone. Interesting. We won't call him just yet.
He's a
I
skilled
w-
fighter, that's what I know.
I wish to hear the words from the 3 of you without. How do I say this? It's not without hesitation, but without the filter of someone who may not have all of the pieces quite yet.
Might I ask a favor, Dio?
You may.
This Dimitri saved my life. And protected Ezra. At great
Multiple times.
cost of his own. Take that into account. He might not say it himself.
I'll take these things into consideration.
Thank you. What would you like to know?
As much as you can share. So above table, you can just give me like a bullet point list of like, unless you want to tell him specifically certain or ways, certain things in a certain way, but you know.
Yeah, it's we had a circus performance. We were surprised by the arrival of those various high potential names, underlined Seraphina Madhawk. Ezra and I attended that.
I got shot.
Solomon went out of range for a hunch against Protocol, which we later had learned was to rescue Dimitri, who he had met earlier in the day. And then the investigation started. And the kind of high points of, the camp that we saw, the fighting that we had, the boiling of the blood, and how that just kind of raised stakes level, losing our scout party, getting to Hamburg very quickly, and learning about Dimitri's extreme good sense of smell and how invaluable that turned out to be in the moment. And the ship with the signet that we then learned just a little bit previously from Lord Deccan's house, the journals, and I think the guard is worth mentioning, and how unnatural that was. And that they were in the sewers with close access to the dock, and the kind of fight in general. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
Yeah. You mentioned the journals, and that's all the main thing I can think of is they're doing human experiments, as we've been led to believe.
Yeah.
They have guns!
Senna, was there anything that you would like to add to this?
The immediate desiccation of a man upon death was noted.
Did we mention the results of the autopsy as well?
No, I think you guys should do that.
Yeah, I think Ezra can run them through what we learned from the autopsy about the exsanguination, the teeth marks, everything.
While you're discussing all of these things, he keeps a very cool and level head. He listens to everything. Right. Hello, friends. Good to see you.
A raid is here.
And then you were raided in this hotel room. Oh no, raid!
Oh god, you said we were safe.
He listens to everything that you have, that you go over, as far as this CIS investigation, or CSI, not CIS. CSI.
There you go.
I got there eventually.
I fully didn't question it either. I was like, yep.
Yeah.
Prime investigation scene.
Oh
no.
Let's go.
Yeah. He kind of does a little bit of he takes a small dagger from his from under his armor and just kind of uses it to kind of move some of the clothing, or kind of not necessarily, he's not poking at, but just uses that to kind of look around on Solomon's body. This is most troubling.
He has been reposed.
Good. The chemists back at the Priory will undoubtedly wish to do a deeper investigation, and I believe, Senna, you have some work to do with that as well, yes?
Yes. There's a patch of skin belonging to Deccan that I'd like to examine further.
A very curious thing in this instant desiccation on death. It could be many things, but it leads me to some traits amongst cultists that we had encountered several centuries ago that would place a curse on themselves upon death. Granted, their curse was more of a
Blessing to them.
explosive means, less so a desiccation. This would seem to imply that they are wishing to hide something, but not necessarily wishing to create a scene. For an explosion would get rid of evidence just as easily.
Desiccation would get rid of the evidence of blood, which is what we needed to look at in the first place.
He looks to Ash, and you spoke of these red cloaks as having an ability to freeze your blood. Ezra, you experienced this as well?
Oh yeah, I almost drowned.
I'm glad that you survived.
I do have now that I think about it, I have a vial of blood from Lord Deccan's his cabin, his gosh, what is it called? His car, but not his
Carriage.
car. His carriage. I'll see if there's a relationship there.
Of course.
Now I will say, I think moving forward, blood is going to be very valuable. Everybody you meet, every interview, every associate, every suspect, blood. We need to start some sort of directory, a vault, cross-reference everything. It is going to be tedious. It is going to be time-consuming, but I believe it will be our salvation in this matter.
He looks down as he's like seems to be considering things. I will make sure that the appropriate message is sent to the rest of the council so that we can begin organizing ourselves in such a way. The individuals that you said had been kidnapped, aside from Solomon, the rest of them are here in the other room, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, all the hostages were secured. All the other hostages were secured.
Have you gone back to Lord Deccan's estate or this house that you had broken into to see if there were anything else to be found?
No.
Not yet.
We can, if you would like. We went from where Solomon passed to here fairly quickly.
I do not blame you. The loss of a comrade is never an easy thing, nor does it get easier with time. Especially when you see them so young. I feel the changes on the wind, Ash. This only proves a little more what the council has been considering these last few months. But we will get into that later. Ash, would you be so kind as to introduce me to these others? This Dimitri and his brother and the others?
Deep, almost a parody of like this kind of circus bow. Force of habit. And
one of the things I appreciate about you.
I go and get the others.
He's gonna go over there to the other room. He's gonna go with you. He looks over at Senna and Ezra. How are the two of you feeling as he's about to like walk out?
I mean, could be better, but glad we saved who we could save.
I want to find the man who did this. And it starts in the lab for me.
Gather your things. Pass them on to Erzsebet and Desimir. They will take what items you don't need and take them back to the skiff, so that we may depart Hamburg once you have finished a investigation of Deccan's house, just to make sure that we aren't missing anything. I will leave Colwyn and Iva here. They can kind of scout around Hamburg, see what else they can learn over the next few days, just to see if these rats are truly gone, or if they just merely have gone into hiding. We will take the rest of you back to the Black Forest Priory, just for the time being, so that you may rest, and that we may have some discussion with the rest of the council members.
Keep your eyes up. They've got spire climb, and they might use it.
Apparently. Anyway, Ash, let us go. And he walks with you over to the other room. In which case, we are going to go on break. And then when we come back here in a couple of minutes, we will start off in the other room. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Dio waits until the door is shut. Turns around to face the four of you who are now standing, looking. I imagine that because of his presence and the armor he's wearing and the kind of imposing height and figure of him, there is almost an aura of like medieval knight. But there's also something else that, while he has a hardened face for the most part, now that he's just talking to you, you can see that he softens a little bit. I'm sorry to have heard that you have all experienced such a turbulent time. He looks over at you, Dimitri, first. I want to thank you for your assistance in this matter.
Anytime.
We'll see. Who is this little one?
My brother Laurie.
And he looks over at Sasha. She does a deep courtesy and introduces herself. He looks over at Tavin, and Tavin does the same. Does like he kind of looked at everybody as they were introducing themselves, and it's just kind of like bows and then kind of courtesies at the same time. Also introduces himself as Tavin. Like, well, my name is Dio Holtz. I am in charge of, the others that you have met. Before I continue, I have just have a few questions before we just figure out how we are going to get each of you back to your respective homes. And looks over at Tavin first. Like, you, young man, you, from the Americas, I'm assuming. Yes, sir? Come here. Let me get a look at you. Tavin takes a couple of, like, nervous steps forward, has his hat that he's just, like, running through his hands, you know, just, like, nervously in front of him, and he kind of sheepishly walks forward. He's like, Dio's like, don't be afraid. I just want to make sure you're not injured. He goes over and he places a hand gently on Tavin's shoulder. There is the slightest glow. So much so that you almost would imagine it was just like a flicker of the lamplight that had just maybe like flickered around and caught the gleaming metal of his gauntleted hand. And you can see Tavin sigh, just relax. Dio nods. You are indeed a very strong young man. And you, Miss Sasha, how do you feel? He walks over and you can hear that clink, clink of like some of the armor moving together. She goes, I'm fine. No need to fuss on my account. I have weathered worse winters back home than any of the discomforts these hooligans brought on me, but I appreciate it and she like he places an arm on her arm, a hand on her arm. And she too just kind of like, oh, my, that does feel a lot better. Kind of just nods. He's like, yeah, you'll be all right. Please have a seat. You don't need to be standing on my account. He takes a knee in front of Alaric and like pushes his hair a little bit out of his face. It's like, and he looks at him. And you see the mouth moving differently than what is being heard, as he's still speaking English, and then he switches, and he's speaking in perfect German, and his mouth moves in German, which I guess is one of the weird things that you can tell with a Cuff of Babel is it's like hearing a dub, you know, but you're hearing it in their voice, or at least understanding what it is that they're saying, but their mouth isn't necessarily moving with the words that you're hearing in your head. And he's a native German speaker. He looks up at you. I've already heard that you are different than most. He's looking up at you, Dimitri.
I know.
Oh. Your talents. These are what we call Orphic abilities. Some cultures have different names for them, but they are all Orphics. Esh, Ezra, Senna, even Solomon, and myself are Orphic. It is a gift of a bloodline, you could say. You could also say
already
sometimes
have enough of that.
You could also say it's a bit of a curse at times, depending on who you ask. Did you know your brother had it?
I did not.
He looks down at Alaric. Bet you thought you were going to be a normal boy, eh? And Alaric's like, I'm going to be a knight, like Solomon. I'm going to protect people however I can. I'm going to train. I'm going to learn to fight and shoot a gun and punch people. Oh.
Like, calm down, kid.
He's like, and then dynamite and a bazooka. Oh, I see this fire runs in your family.
We were taught by the best. What can I say?
Which, to that degree, to that point, who taught you how to use your talents?
Well, they taught us the ways, but not the talents, basically. The Crones?
I'm sorry. The Crones?
Yes. They were our grandmothers. Yeah, that's the same reaction I got out of when we were in the circus. When I said that.
There are stories of crones and children, but none that did not end in a oven or gingerbread houses. And I'm assuming he looks over at Alaric. You did not live in a gingerbread house. And he goes, no, that would have been cool though. Cool is not a term invented yet, but I'm going to say it anyway. That would have been hot because gingerbread houses are coming out of the oven. Anyway, I digress. Do you know where your mothers are?
That I do not.
Well, back where I'm from, in the Black Forest, deep in the woods, we have a house, a very big house underground. And it has a lot of people there. All of them, most of them, Orphic. Like you, and you. And then he looks up at Sasha and Tavin. Although I have a feeling they don't know it yet.
I'm still speaking in German, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was talking to them earlier, and she says that she has a talent for healing people. Medicinal-wise.
I'm sure. Sometimes it is medicine, sometimes it is the act of comforting. Well, if you go back to where I'm from, he's like, most of this is directed at Alaric, but it is for your benefit as well. If you go back to where I am from, we have many people there that can help you find your mothers.
Are they also, by chance, followers of Hecate?
Hecate? What do you know of Hecate?
Blessed be her.
Praise the mother. No, I don't think so. But you will find some very interesting information probably in our libraries there that we have on her. But no one has spoken or heard from Hecate in almost 1,000 years. But I could be wrong. Maybe someone does know that I am not aware of. It is possible. I am not all-knowing. I sit on a council and we help all other Orphics we can find to be able to protect themselves, protect others. This blood that you carry is a special one. And it comes with responsibilities, if you want to take them on. You can also are free to leave. But know that the people who have found you will keep hunting you. And if you wish to try and tackle that on your own, you're welcome to. But I think You have seen what they are capable of. And probably much worse. I will not lie. We can try and help you track down your missing family. But we can also offer you much more than that if you wish. And you. I don't know if we have quite what you're looking for as far as learning how to shoot a gun, but there are some other things that you are capable of that I think you would enjoy learning. Especially one who has such a noble mission that you have already set for yourself at such a young age. How old are you? 12. I'll be 13 in a month. Okay. Perfect time then. What do you say? You wish to go to the Black Forest with me? Alaric looks up at Dimitri.
Let's go together.
Like, yes. He's Dio's like does the little he stands up. Oh. He looks to Sasha and Tavin. It's like, my apologies. I did not mean to get lost in speaking my old tongue. He looks over at you, Dimitri, then looks over at them. There is much that I would wish to impart with you as far as finding you a way home, letting you go back to your lives. But I believe I have divined what has brought all of you together. Your lives are not going to be the same, at least not for a while, and not without learning some things first. You see Tavin's like, whatever it takes. I'm sure my family's worried, sick by now about me being gone for so long. What do you mean? This might sound strange, but I swear that when you placed your hand on me, I felt at peace. What did you do? There is a talent among our kind for calming emotions. I sense that you were at a bit of had some unease in your feelings, and frankly, I don't blame you. These are very strange circumstances you find yourself in. What you have seen tonight is but a small portion of a world that has been hidden in shadow for thousands of years from everyone around it. It would seem that those red cloaks have found a way to pull in, find, acquire, and steal those of certain abilities with a certain blood within them. I offer you a chance to learn more and learn how to protect yourselves. It will be a very dangerous and difficult road. It is fraught with peril, learning of one's true nature. The untalented, untrained, I should say, the untrained can almost be more danger to themselves than the world at large. I'm sure you will have plenty of questions, and there will be plenty of time to give those answers. But I would have us in a safer setting for these answers and questions than where we find ourselves now. Do you not agree? You see Sasha nods. Tavin just kind of like hesitantly nods, like, but once we are in a safer place, we have the option. We can go home. Sure, if that is what you wish, we can make sure that there are arrangements that you can have to find yourself back to wherever it is that you are from, and that applies to all of you. But it will come at a cost. What do you mean? What cost? Our people that we strive to protect value our secrecy. There are ways we can ease that memory from existence so that you forget. If you leave to try and go about your life, you're allowed to do so, but you will retain no memory of any of the events that have transpired. It will all have been but as a dream, and those around you will have no memory of it either. He looks over at Dimitri. So, what say you? Do you wish to find some answers?
I do want to know where they went, so yeah. But I will go with them.
Of course. Well, I'm going to go speak with my fellow soldiers in the other room. I have 2 guards posted outside your door. Get some rest while you can. It will be a bit of a journey to our final destination. And all of the questions and answers that we can provide. It was a pleasure meeting you, Dimitri, Alaric, Sasha, Tavin. He smiles. There's a warmth in it, but also a seriousness, almost a sadness. He turns and walks to the door and leaves. Once the door shuts behind him, Alaric turns back to you. Did you see that? He's a knight.
Yep.
I'm going to get to be a knight? Do you think I can get as big as him? Do you think I can wear that kind of armor? What if I get like 2 swords?
Calm down. Let's just figure out what all you can do first and focus from there.
What did he mean? I don't have. He looks over at Tav and Sasha. It's like, I don't have gifts like you do.
We'll find out. He says you do.
Do you believe him?
I believe anything nowadays.
Would the mothers have known if I had any sort of ability?
I mean,
You think
you
about
never
it.
sneak out of the house at all. I'm pretty sure they knew something and just kept us safe from it.
I guess so. But there's no way I'm going to be able to sleep now.
Yes. You better.
He like throws himself back on the bed. So there's no sleeping for me.
And I
Not
throw
for
the
day-
pillow at him. Sleep.
Okay.
That child has too much whimsy in him. It's gonna be snuffed out
Listen.
so quick.
Listen, not all the children that I put into my stories have terrible fates. Most, but not all.
I feel like if you have to compose that sentence,
Yeah. Things DMs who are lying to you say.
Nah. Ash, in the time that Dio was away, when you come back to the room and Ezra and Senna have like packed up some of their extra things, given it to the guards outside so that they can take it away. Anything that you were wanting to do in that meantime, or do you want to wait till Dio comes back?
so I'm just down the hallway with the guards.
You're like next door. I mean, because it's the rooms are basically next to each other. So once you had left Dio in the room with the prisoners and you had come back around, like if there was anything that you wanted to talk to Senna and
gotcha.
Ezra about or whatever before Dio comes back, or do you want to just go ahead and go to that?
I don't think so. I think I'm okay.
Okay. Anything, Ezra and Senna, anything that you guys wanted to discuss in that time?
I don't think so.
Okay. Then you wait the couple minutes until Dio comes back into the room with the three of you. Well, it would seem that I have figured out how what connection there is between these four.
They're all fixed,
Indeed.
but they didn't know it.
Indeed. You knew?
It was a hunch.
Are you listening into the walls, Ezra?
I don't need to listen to the walls.
It's not a bad idea, though.
No,
Sometimes.
but I'm not going to listen in on my superior. This seems like an apt way to get in trouble.
Depends on the situation.
Fair.
But yes, I tested them. And all three, including the young Alaric, are indeed have Orphic blood. Which would bespeak to the reason that they are of interest to those who can apparently retain some sort of control over those with Orphic bloods.
I assume it was mentioned when we were giving him the story and be like, yeah, and it works very well. I mean, he got Solomon to attack us, and there's no trace of how he did it.
I'm going to say something maybe a little much. I'm just trying to simplify the equation. If what we read in the journals, what it hints at, is true, that the blood is being weaponized, then what can Orphic blood do?
Oh, it can freeze. I think we can confirmedly say it can freeze.
And it can wither you instantly upon death.
Hmm.
And it could potentially give you abilities such as climbing a wall. Even in Greece. The country.
God damn it. I forgot. It should be of note that Grease the musical is Ezra's literal favorite musical of all time.
How fucking dare you? How dare you disrespect me at this home?
Sandy!
I'd like to, while we're in the 1800s, I need to know what butterfly I have to step on back here to make that musical never happen.
Oh, that would be amazing.
What fucking caterpillar do I have
hey.
to annihilate?
Ezra,
Yeah.
tell me more. Tell me more.
No.
Beautiful.
Fuck that musical, man.
I will stay here. I will send those rescued with Desimir and Erzsebet. And then and Dimitri back to the priory at the fold. Colwyn and Iva will scout the city. I can take us back to the priory. Do you wish to go and investigate this house, or should I leave that in the purview of Colwyn and Iva?
I will turn to the team.
I would like to explore.
All right, that is
I mean, we
1-4.
found that journal. We already know there's secrets in places we could find. Imagine what we have with time and redcoats breathing down our back.
That is true.
I would invite them to try. I have not been in a fight in some time.
All right.
We were in a fight a few hours ago.
Senna, you're muted if you're about to say something.
I think it would be worth it to go. See if there's anything else suicidal.
All right.
All right. Well, then let us be on our way. Go ahead.
As we leave, I will be the last one through the door, and I'm going to turn back to Dio. And I'm going to say, due to the meta and urgency of the investigation, some things came out. My team, including Dimitri, knows about me.
How much?
A great deal. Make sure it does not get out.
Of course. That goes without saying. He reaches up and pulls a finger along the necklace that he has around his neck, and you know that it's the Lethe stone that he carries, the Lethe locket. He's like, do we need to make precautions now? Or do you trust them to keep secrets?
We're about to be Men in Black.
I trust Cinna. I trust Ezra. Dimitri has entrusted me with his own secret, but I am not a fan of reciprocation. It is only a manipulation tactic. He is useful, but that is not trust. That is a resource. Keep a close eye. Make all the preparations that you can.
I have a feeling that Dimitri will be focused heavily on what he is about to see. That perhaps this will pass. At least for the time being. Until we can address it further.
Good.
Well, let us go. I'm eager to get my hands dirty.
Okay. Then we head off.
All right. You go out into the city of Hamburg. I'll say that you probably do stop with Dimitri as they are getting their things together. Able to tell him that they will see him soon. Or that you will meet up with him at the Priory once you have finished with some more business here. You take to the streets, the four of you. Dio pulls his little cloak over his armor and kind of hides it a bit from outward view. You walk down through the streets, navigating through the late hour here in Hamburg. You arrive outside the house of Lord Decken that you had gone into.
I spit on his front porch. Fuck to.
Beautiful.
Before we go in, I'm going to grab the shoulders, kind of stand in the middle of Ezra and Cinna, respectively. I'm going to give almost like a melodic, 5 tap with my fingers, and a tiny little not actual snake, but a snake tattoo marking, just very, very minimalist, is going to crawl up their neck and kind of hook around their ear and just kind of settle there, and right on the, what is that, not the lobe, but the little bit right there that an earbud rests on, is going to be a little serpent's eye. And I'm casting enhance ability on all 3 of us for intelligence.
Nice.
Let's
fuck.
go. Whoops,
That's
I
gonna
just
be
absolutely ripped my choker off in excitement.
no.
Anyway.
Okay. Let's see here. What is this?
Okay,
You get up to the door, and Lord Decken sticks his hand into one of his side pouches and pulls out a small little metallic, what looks like a tuning fork.
Lord Decken?
I'm sorry, Dio.
The absolute anxiety that washed over me, that I was like, oh my god, he's alive! He was about to be on site.
Dio takes out this little this small little tuning fork as he puts his hand up to the doorknob and taps it a little bit, and it just vibrates, and you can hear the air kind of hums a little bit, and he unlocks the door and takes a step back and places the fork back into his pocket.
I've had one of those this whole time, and I just remembered me doing that. Mm-hmm. But it's okay. We're very early.
That's fine. It's fine.
I'll use it now. I'll lock the door and unlock it.
I want to do this.
He's like, Ezra, let me teach you something. Relocks the door.
Teaching moment. He takes a step back and says, I will follow your lead. This is still, after all, your investigation.
Okay. We enter the foyer?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we found the journal in the study, if I remember correctly. There's a chance there's more hidden up there that we didn't have time to pick through.
You
And if
open the door into the foyer. The foyer. The foyer.
Oh yay!
Um,
All right, gang, let's split up and look for clues.
it is dark. I'm assuming you guys have lanterns.
Well, I've got dark vision.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
just me, though.
I got the aberration one.
So it takes a flask, puts 2 little vials of 2 liquids together inside of it, and stops it and shakes it, and then it glows with a light.
Hey. Nice. All right.
Love that.
You enter into an abandoned apartment. The walls are blackened with soot and dust. The furniture looks similarly blackened. It's like someone took a coal powder glitter bomb and set it off. It doesn't necessarily look burned, but it just looks blackened and dirty. Very, very different from the 10 hours ago or so that you had been in here.
What happened in it?
Dio looks around. Is this not what it looked like before?
Well, I don't know if Ezra ever saw this room before, so actually I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this was the entryway. You guys had popped in through the door,
We went in through the window.
Yeah, and so there was let's see.
I teleported through the door,
Yeah.
so I was in the same area.
Yeah. Front third, front first. Yeah, so it would be like on this map here that you can see a little bit. You guys walked in here. You guys had teleported into this side.
Hang on, let me get in real close. Alright.
You teleported into this side. You guys are walking into here. Because when you remember there was like that back staircase, and then there was like the little kitchen area, etc.
Yeah, I remember.
Jesus, that's right. I love it. Okay, in that hallway is where, and you see into the little like sitting area there off to their side. Like I said, blackened, dirty, sooty. Everybody make a history check for me. Well, I guess Ash and Ezra particularly. Senna, make a what would your alchemy skills be? Are you intelligence based?
Yeah, I'm intelligence based.
All right, so make an investigation check.
Okay.
Everybody has advantage on anything intelligence based, and
Like,
I
oh my god.
I got a 29 on history.
Well. Alright. History? 18.
18.
Investigation 25.
Beautiful. Ash, your mind. Oh, calm. That was.
Something's happening.
I thought that was well timed. I was like,
No, this is a little too intense.
We rolled so well that combat is starting.
With enemies that aren't even present. You have a brief, like your thoughts wander back to whenever you went back to the crone's house after its destruction.
yeah.
And the illusion of it having looked old and decrepit. You wonder if something similar has happened here. The reason that one of the prime things being, you think back to when Lord Decken died during the fight, how instantly his body had decayed or been desiccated. At the same time, when Dio had talked earlier about how there were groups that would place curses on themselves so that on their death, things would happen, things would transpire. You start to kind of put some things together.
So upon his death, multiple things became worse. But is that just to destroy, or is it to hide something in particular?
Spell magic, perhaps?
That's what I was thinking. Is this...
Well, as you're saying this, Senna, you're like, you touch some of this dust or like scoop it up. It's not illusory. This is like literally someone set off a black powder like smoke bomb in here, and just and the whole room was just filled with soot. And this is actual like ashy black soot, like powder, like fine powdered charcoal. You like, even as you're scraping it into one of your little canisters or what have you, like it leaves like that little black powder marks on your hands.
Would I be able to assume this is flammable?
Potentially.
None of you smoke, right?
Why do you ask?
Let's not let any fires near this house. I think this place was meant to go down in flames to get rid of any evidence.
Is that all black powder?
Yes.
Should I
So.
clean it?
I think there's too much of it to clean.
Prestidigitate.
Well, if you have prestidigitation, perhaps. As long as you don't need a spark for it.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's meaningless. I was like, I have a gun, and I was like, but it's soaking wet, and I can't compare the black powder probably because it's soaking wet.
Yeah, it was. Go ahead.
Cinna, my alchemical genius darling.
History will say they were roommates.
This black powder, what is it made from? Is it localized, sourced somewhere?
I want to take a bit of it on my finger and lick it.
Ew.
You realize it's not necessarily black powder as in the explosive black powder. This is like charcoal dust. This will still ignite and burn rapidly, but it's not going to explode. It still carries something to it that kind of tastes. Give me a nature check.
Nature?
Well, because
It
it's
still
like
tastes like Pop Rocks.
I mean, they're all the same for me. It's fine.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Honestly, this is kind of good because this is where I'm going. If it's made from charcoal, it might be made from wood, and wood is a specific type of tree, and a specific type of tree would be a specific place you can find said tree.
26.
Shit.
Very nice. This doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's like. There's not. There might be trace amounts of black powder in this, but for the most part, it's just charcoal dust. It would sizzle burn. It's just not gonna explode.
Good.
If anything, it has a little bit of a pine
Fine.
to it.
Fine tar.
Yeah.
Charcoal. Okay, nothing to worry about for explosives, but I wanted to be precautious.
But he's still flammable, I assume.
Still flammable, but more in the On the flammable in a controlled way, compared to an explosive way. Yeah, boom.
Well, I wonder then if we're to assume the intent was upon his death, this place would go up in smoke. How come only the powder's here?
I do have a question based on
He's
that.
definitely dead.
If this was, let's say, dropped somewhere, maybe thrown, just a lot of assumptions here, but just follow me. And he didn't want the place to burn as much as he wanted something in the place to burn. Let's say that you're in here and you wanted to burn something specific. You would probably throw your charcoal closer to the thing you wanted to burn. You wanted it to be the hottest. Does it have a center? Is there a place where there's just more?
Yeah, where's the most localized powder?
With that investigation check, there is a larger amount by one of the grandfather clocks that is in the hallway here.
Is it magic? I ask to people who have the ability to smell that.
I lick it.
Delicious.
Does it taste like magic?
Not quite.
Okay, then let me do a check to taste the magic. That's fine. Whatever, dude.
You want to do a Arcana check?
No, moment's over.
If you really want to be with it.
No, I will. I cannot detect magic right now because I'm concentrating on enhance ability.
Heard. Got it.
Can I... If you say you don't taste any magic, can I go up to the clock and put my ear on it and do some knocking to see if maybe it's a false... Like it's a secret door? False clock.
You make an
Ezra,
investigation check.
it's about time.
It's about that time. In a minute. I rolled a natural 1. Well, thank God I have advantage.
That's amazing.
I sang that song and the dice went, fuck you. Okay, that's better. With my second roll, investigation is a 23.
Nice.
I went from a natural 1 to a natural 19.
Incredible. You are looking at this thing, and you remember the last time you were in here, there was the definite sound of a ticking clock. There is no such sound now.
Well, either his clock broke, or it was never a clock to begin with.
With that investigation, you see that there are there's like about a half an inch gap between the back of the clock and the wall. And on the floor around that gap is where you see piled amounts of that powder. As you look up near the top, you're going to notice that there are 2 levers on each side of the grandfather clock. 2 little tiny metallic like L's that stick out of the back that could be easily assumed to be like to wind the clock itself, but there's just 2 little levers back up there on the top.
I point the levers out and I say, now, hear me out. Either that's going to open a fun secret door or light a spark. Who wants to pull? I'll pull it. I just think maybe we should all back up first in case.
Can I use like my tinkering tools to see if this is connected to a thing that might be a trap?
Oh, nice.
Sleight of hand check, please.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
Check for traps.
Oh, sorry.
Someone wanted me to start using traps more often. I don't remember who it was now.
17.
That was me.
That's right.
I love a good trap.
17. Beautiful. It does not appear to be a trap that you can tell.
Sorry.
I'm gonna pull it. If anyone has any
Oh.
objections, speak now.
Oh.
Or
I do have an objection. I get my tuning fork out. I just like let it like tune near each lever and just kind of like a studio producer just
Ezra's like,
Beautiful.
just like we practice every Thursday choir practice.
You hear the inside start to tick.
oh, a bomb! Boom!
And then
Aaron.
what? I didn't do anything. Y'all did the thing.
Aaron.
You hear that click, 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 and then something switches. And then you hear like a section of the wall like shift, and black powder from a section of the wall goes and like falls down. And as that,
I'm just gonna prestidigitate like just like a full like flat screen, like just the most amazing
Full
mime
screen.
you've ever seen.
a door opens. It like sinks into the wall and then like just sits there. Like it sinks into the wall a good like 5 or 6 inches.
Found it.
Nice.
It
All
did
right.
not blow us up. Score 1 for the Orphix.
Dio like leans over towards Esh. Are they always like this?
No, sometimes they're better. Take that how you will. And I just give him a
the
wink.
idea. He's like, are they always like this? And I'm standing in front of an open secret door, like, I'm the big dick Orphic OG. Come at me, redcoats.
I'll give.
Fuck your
I'll-
mother.
Oh my god.
Praise mother.
I will give.
Oh no, my stream froze.
I will give Dio a wink, but then like, you know, take a step back, go like, okay, levity unneeded kind of thing, and then like lean like on like chin on the pauldron in the ear and go, we lost a member of our team and they're getting to laugh and dance. I don't care about the context. That's a good thing. That's a resilient bunch.
I was more referring to the straightforward approach that they're taking with things.
Maybe.
It bespeaks of much needed bravery at times.
Sometimes when you are very efficient, you don't even need to consider bravery.
Excellent job, Ezra, he says out loud. Well, more towards you and not like the hush whisper towards Ash.
Big Daddy Dio has complimented me. Big Daddy Dio has given Master a compliment. Dummy is a free elf.
I'm gonna Sparta kick Ezra down the stairs.
Freaking amazing. Okay. You go up to the door and you see that there's not really space for you to go into. It's just like it's recessed now 6 inches, so you have to touch more of the door, and you see that it kind of like pushes back further. It just unlocked basically itself on a hinge, and now you have to kind of move the door, and indeed there is a small passageway where Dio would literally have to go down sideways, and like if you have narrow shoulder width then you'll be fine, but it's probably only about like 3 feet wide. It's a tiny
I'm just a
sink.
little guy.
Yeah, most people would have to like kind of shimmy down sideways down this steep steps down that lead down into the dark. I will say you do note that behind, because the clock didn't really move, but you see that behind the clock, as you were like kind of shifting the light around, behind the clock, it is the normal wallpaper. Like this definitely seems to have come from the clock itself, like it blew outwards.
What?
The powder, the black powder, seemed to have come from the clock. Behind the clock itself, clean wallpaper, but all like around it, immediately around it, is that black powder.
That seems pretty stupid. He'd burn the clock, and then we could just see the hole.
Is there a brand or logo on the clock?
We'll say generic clock 1. It's like it should have like the maker's name for it, but it is a common clock maker's name. It is not.
Okay.
It is from Bentham's.
Yes.
Bentham's.
I'm just gonna log that away in like kind of trivial things that we pick up, just in case it's like I don't know how well connected they are. Maybe this is something that's like it's used for a specific purpose, and that might, just a small chance.
Thank you, June, for that.
We'll
Normalclock.exe. What happens if I click on this?
I will go down first.
You go down into this really narrow passageway, and you smell wet dungeon. Like you smell damp, you smell mildew, you smell like wet stone or earth. And as you bring the light down to the bottom few steps, you can hear the sound of like almost like trickling water, or some sort of like water that's like lapping at the edge of something.
An entrance to the sewer we were just in, if I had to guess.
You go into this basement, and immediately as you're looking around, there is a sinking, sickening feeling into your gut. Directly in front of you are 2 surgical beds, cold, metallic, with bindings on the sides for arms and legs to keep them strapped into place, and one for the head to kind of just keep it like locked into the spot.
Yikes.
And as everybody finally gets down into the room, it is a unnerving sight. Directly in front of the stairs are several cells of rusted iron bars, small, confined, probably only about 5 feet wide, 10 feet deep.
Wet bars.
Ass.
Straw beds with some small blankets. You can see that there are some doors or some like chains that are next to the walls that look like they are attached to pulleys that would like raise the bars from the ground. There are the 2 surgical beds. There is a dinner table. There is
nice.
A large dinner table with 8 seats and a waterway. I had drawn out a map-ish for it. You can see here.
No, it's
So-
Ash.
So this would be the stairway that you came to go down from, right? These here are the cells. Those are kind of like representation of pillows, basically. So you would literally see they have like enough space to lay down in. There are the 2 surgical beds. There is a dinner table, and then on the back underneath the stairs are a bunch of cubbies that are. It's almost like it's flat on the bottom and they kind of arch, and it looks like they're big enough for like wine barrels or some sort of casks, and some of them do have barrels like placed in them, and some of them are empty. And then here at this waterway, actually there is no boat. It is just a waterway, but you do see that there is a rope and a pillar here where you could tie a boat off to, because this boat has already left. But you see the stairway that goes into the water and a tunnel that looks very similar to the waterways that you had been in on this side over here. Any focus of investigation you want to do in this room?
I want to study the beds. I want to see what kind of medical malpractice was going on in this whole here dungeon.
Make a investigation check for me, please.
I would like to look at the sleeping quarters, just in case, especially people with Orphic abilities, the desperation of just trying to get a single message out. So I'm going to look for like engravings from like fingernails, like, or bleeding, to just like under the pillows, somewhere a little bit less obvious, maybe on the bar, kind of on the, like, you know, around the round, I guess. Just anything that they might have wanted to communicate.
Okay.
Especially like Solomon was redhead, right?
Yeah, reddish blonde, yeah.
Okay.
Strawberry blonde.
Maybe if there's like a red hair on a pillow, that could indicate Solomon's.
Investigation check, please.
I wrote a 17 for medical malpractice.
Dang.
Senna. What were you gonna say?
I wanted to look for if there were, like, when was the last time that people were here, like, in prison. I guess I'd also be looking for organic matter or blood, or just like evidence that people had been here recently or had been locked up here recently.
Okay.
If it was the people we had met earlier, had they been here the whole time.
Right. Make an investigation check for me, please.
It was 26.
32 for me.
32.
Holy shit!
That's crazy.
Plus
I forgot
14.
you're a wizard, and I was like,
Yeah.
damn, why is your intelligence so high?
No.
That would do it.
Expertise, baby.
Okay. Checking out, you pass all of the checks of the things hidden here, so I'm just going to go down by the area.
Okay, great.
Surgical beds. This is cold steel. There's definitely blood that has crusted and caked onto the sides of these beds, bearing the mark of on certain sections by arms and legs. There are marks of cuts and grooves indicating the slicing was done. Terrible, terrible things. You see that they're in like as you're examining this with the lantern, you catch a glimpse of something reflecting under under the stairs that you guys had just come down. You catch the light from some glass jars. Some of these jars, most all the jars have liquid in it. Some of them contain organs inside. Some human, others not. Larger, looks like mutated or something askew here with the organs. You look over at the dinner table as you guys are exploring around, trying to gather clues as to how long it's been since anybody's been here. The blood around the tables looks dried. It's definitely been a while since this was used for that. The table looks to be multi-purpose. There are definitely plates of food that have been here for a while, a couple of goblets, most of them emptied. But there's also notes, most of them medical in nature. Most of them in German. They have like diagrams of like human bodies sketched on there. Is Esh the only one with the comprehend languages or tongues?
Senna also has that that item, right?
I'm not sure. Is it the one that allows you to read or one that allows you to speak?
It is. No, it's tongues.
Tongues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in your tongue. Never mind.
So then, Ash, you're the one that can read the other languages, right?
Yeah.
We'll say, and then I mean, Dio is here also, so he will aid on this. Most of the medical notes speak of searching for mutations in human physiology, having found some quote unquote lesser than human.
Well, that's just rude.
It is then that you notice the pointed ears that sit in the jars by one of the notes.
Oh no, who lost their ears?
In the waterway, you notice that the ground from the from around the tables, like where it looks like it's just a stone, that the way they're placed, there's actually deeper grooves cut into the mortars near the tables that would allow any runoff liquid to go into the waterway. So whatever excess blood and stuff would just like trickle down into the waterway.
Can I follow that up, if that's okay? Just
Sure.
before I forget.
Yeah.
Sometimes in these kind of really any kind of waterway that catches liquid, there might be a spot that collects it more, like it pools a little bit more, or it catches like under a rock, something like something porous is there, or if something like physical kind of came down, anything like that could catch. I'm not going to do like a crazy investigation. I just kind of want to follow it and not assume that it goes all the way. It's like, oh, into the water. I just want to see if there might be a place where something caught.
Make another investigation check to see if they can find anything like that.
Well, that's a 29 on the first one, and that's where I'll stay. So 29.
29. All right, cool. I'm gonna say that there are no other pools. It's definitely designed to like run off into the water. But you see, I would say that as it's like obviously designed to run off, it's not gonna come like, it's gonna like ooze down the side more
Right.
so than it will like go off to the side. So there is a fair amount of crusted ichor that runs down the side where those rivulets are. You can definitely try and scrape up some of that crusted ichor.
I am going to ask Senna, can I borrow a tiny vial? Like, a few of them.
Well, sure. Yeah. He opens his jacket and rummages through a pocket that he has. It sounds like the clattering of glass against glass. He pulls out 3 vials for you.
Okay. I take those, and if there are separate streams, I didn't really understand from that, but if it's just one, then I'll use one. But I'm going to put it flush to the vertical wall that you described,
Yeah.
and gonna tap the end of it, and I'm gonna press the digitate to rehydrate the blood so that I don't have to scrape it off, that it will start to pool back into this vial.
Okay. Yeah, there's like, I'll say there's like 4 different little rivulets here, but, or groove, 4 different grooves, but you can definitely take from, I guess, 3 of them if you want.
Yeah, even if I
Just
can
pick
get
3.
even if I can get a drop, you know,
Yeah.
kind of
Oh,
going from
yeah.
what I told Dio, it's just like
Mhm.
blood is gonna be it. So
Ezra, you are half, well, for these reasons, in this game, you are half elven, right?
Yes.
Dio staring at the jar of ears on the table is gonna look over at you. It's like, this is slightly troubling. It means that they have found some that have been trying to hide. And it's
Yeah.
curious to me because most of the elder kind have been hidden away in the priories for many years now. So that means that there are more, and as I am somewhat familiar with your story, I know that you have only recently come into contact with the fold. So you spent several decades, to say the least, out in the world. Did you ever see anyone else of your kind?
Did I? Can I roll a history check to see if I
Sure.
remember anyone?
Yeah?
oh, you have advantage.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's only a 14.
Only 14? 14's still good. You had your family. I would say it's very unlikely that you ran across any other half-elven or even regular elven.
Yeah. Besides probably, yeah, my brother.
Most of the ones that you had run into have been after me joining the fold and within the
Yeah.
priories that have like sanctuaries for the other races.
Can't say I have. I mean, besides my brother, but he's long gone. People like me have been few and far between before I joined the fold. Got to meet a couple others at Priory. My mother wasn't even an elf.
You can see his face gets very dark. He goes over to Esh and Senna. What do you surmise?
Well, I do have one last thing I want to check. Maybe Orphix will prove resilient and capable even in the worst circumstances. And then I'll answer.
You go over to the cell cages. There are plenty of mixed hair amongst the bedding here, leading you to believe that these 4 were not the only ones ever brought here. Plenty of scratch marks into the stone. You can see that there are bits of the iron that have been, like someone was trying to work their way against. What you don't see is any sort of tampering on a Orphic level. In other words, nothing looks like it was tried to be transmuted. Nothing looks like it was burned. There was no powers used on any of this. It seemed to just be whatever little chips of rock that they could manage. Scratch marks and such that were made not with ability, but whatever strength and or small bit of tool they could sneak or abscond with, which in itself brings up a question as to why did they never try and use their abilities while they were trapped here?
Because they couldn't.
Try to do magic in the cell, see if it's blocked.
Sure. I'll do a harmless, non-fiery thing.
There's no black powder down here. But still,
Don't-
I get you.
Don't question my caution.
What would you like to use?
I'll just use the Meg Chan to flip off Ezra.
A spectral
Understandable. Have a nice day.
a spectral hand appears in the air made of like pulled together. It almost looks like it's made of like fog and mist. It just kind of pools together and flips off Ezra from within the cage.
Well, it works.
All right. Cinna,
Mhm.
Dio, please come toward me. Cinna, from you, I'm going to need something else from your kit. I need a long tube, maybe a beaker, something maybe that has depth.
Jizz.
I wonder if someone would even have that on him. He'd definitely have like his alchemical kit and then the tinkerer kit.
I think you could probably have a beaker in there, yeah.
Was there right? Okay. Okay,
fine.
cool. Yeah. That's fine.
I've got an herbalism kit, which might have a cup in it.
I'm just trying to think of what would be the best receptacle. How about this?
Mhm.
Like, let me reverse. I'm going to tell you what I want, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. Like, this is just kind of above the table conversation because it's a little strange, but I think it's proper given what we're doing. You said that there are a lot of hairs. Aaron, I'm going to collect every single one as long as it takes. Because I remember mechanically with scrying, you can use hair to scry on that particular person.
Mm-hmm.
Even, and most likely that they are dead, if I can scry where their body is now, we can go to those places and get their bones, know where they were dumped. So the hair can actually provide a great source of knowledge to at least make a framework of
Right.
movements and maybe something from the bones, knowing that, the defecation happened. Desiccation. I said the wrong word. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. I was just
I'm like,
waiting for someone to
desiccation
call me
definitely
out.
happened here.
I really
also
We
happens.
could take some
That
of those
also
stool
happens when you
samples.
die. So I was fully ready to roll with it.
thank you.
I was like, yeah, sure, man, whatever we want.
So
Put it in the pot.
I'm not trying to keep the hair separate because there would be no point right now.
Right.
But when we get back to the Priory, I think that's going to be one of those very obsessive, tedious things that Esh is very good at. And since scrying is also like a 5th level spell, and I think I have one of those, that's going to be
Yeah.
like one a day I get a shot.
All right. Definitely can do that. We'll say you spend about an hour's time down here.
Okay.
You guys roll me another batch of investigation checks as you go back up into the house, and we'll just use this to kind of cover the generality of the other floors.
Oh, yeah. We did. I've been done that.
Well, My dice are playing games with me. They keep rolling just around the nat 20. I just rolled a 2 and an 8, and then last roll I rolled a 14 and a 10. Just
Yeah.
dancing around that 20.
I did pretty bad. I got 19.
19.
Huh?
So the most of the two was a 5.
I got 19 as well.
19? All right, cool. Beautiful. You guys go through the rest of the house. Let me turn this water off.
Can I add something just to my investigation that
Sure.
I wanted to do, but we got. I want to. This is what I'm going to focus on. Is I want to do prestidigitation, and make a kind of like a small centralized, like fog cloud
Okay.
that's just slowly spinning.
Mhm.
And you know how like when kind of goes under like door frames and things like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
So I just wanted to see like if there's like an airflow that catches, around books or where a wall shouldn't be, just see if, there's something bigger behind something unobvious.
Sure. First floor you've already been through. You find there in the kitchen there's a dumbwaiter that leads down, and figure that where it leads down goes directly to the table down below.
Man, don't be mean. He's doing his best.
So good.
You go to the second floor. It also has been black powder bombed.
And where is it centralized?
In the hallway also with another, it's like a one of the picture frames that's in a hallway. It just seems like from here it just goes poof, and it just like, you imagine that at whatever point that this went off, it filled these rooms with so much black powder smoke, and it just kind of settled on everything.
What's that?
What?
I don't understand.
What?
The black powder smoke. I'm just
Oh.
trying to figure out what.
It's
What it's
just so
for.
ridiculous that the powder went off, but no flame. It seems pretty. Well, it seems not well thought through. If I was going to have an after-death effect that destroyed all evidence that I was a big bad, big villain butthole, I'd make sure there was a lighter.
True, Dio says. However, perhaps destruction wasn't its point. If I, having just walked in, assumed that this place had been abandoned for some time, perhaps it was not so much destruction as it was dissuasion of exploration, assuming that this place had not been lived in. Perhaps it also masks... He looks over at Esh. You said the odors were
Those were the
used
Matrix
in finding your way here. These red cloaks, if they also, or anybody else with heightened senses, were to try and, pardon the expression, sniff around, perhaps they would not be able to. And if anybody was foolish enough to come in here with a open fire, then, well...
Dude, imagine. Imagine we just walked in and we're like, man, it's dark in here. Lit a lantern and just
A match.
campaign over.
He notes that, he looks through, he kind of takes a peek at some of the books. The books are where he kind of spends a little more of his time.
Is there any more in that hidden compartment I got the journal out of, or did I get everything out of that?
You had looked at some of the journals, but there were definitely some other books. There are books here that are medical in nature, mostly scientific sort of journals.
What you know, phlebotomy.
Some of them books written with esoteric natures in mind by Dr. Bernard Alderleisten. Oh my gosh, why did I have to choose such a ridiculously long German name?
Alderleisten, who wears lederhosen. Got it.
I want to put it in chat, that way you can see. Oh, Alderleisten.
Alderleisten, mate, Bernard.
Bernard Alderleisten.
Yes. Alderleisten.
There are also some that are more studies done on mythology, writings and lectures that have been written, theories that mythologies are related in some way. Dio takes a particular interest in one of these books, written by a Lelio Rossini.
Leviosa, not Leviosa.
It would seem that this this Lord Deakin, had a very interesting curiosity when it came to medicine and stories. Huh.
Any correlation between what I'm seeing in these medical books to what we saw downstairs?
Some of them. It would
Any
seem-
earmarked?
Mm-mm.
No.
No earmarks, but with maybe some more time and study, you can see what where they had been kind of opened most to or such. That is a good idea. I'll write that down. There's a third floor that has some bedrooms in it. A little small sitting area. The bedrooms themselves are really plain and look like they're there for guests. In one of the bedrooms, you do find an extra red cloak. You can put that in your evidence pile if you wish. The upper floor is mostly just an attic storage space.
Is the cloak? Is it? It's just an extra red cloak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is it extra red or is it just an extra red cloak?
It seems
How red is it?
It's a regular amount of red as compared to the other red cloaks that you have seen. The uppermost floor has some crates, some more barrels, some of them containing the crates seem empty but have blankets in them, like they would be capable of transporting things or people in size. Strangely enough, almost casket in size.
Never mind. Jeez.
What were we gonna say?
No, I was thinking like a square box.
Yeah, I know these are rectangular.
Yeah.
But they're not caskets, but they're of that long rectangular shape. Lots of rope. Interestingly enough, a couple of boxes worth of chain, really heavy duty chain. In that investigation, there are also places here in this attic that have mounted hooks or pegs into the wall, or you could tie chain through. No chain is currently in them, but you can tell that it can be used for those things. Whoever these people are, whoever this Lord Deakin works with this, you said he referred to themselves as the cult? He seemed to be doing a lot of studies on non-human things. Perhaps that is someone, a new upstart that is trying to find the truth. It'll be something we will have to keep an eye on. Do you feel satisfied with your search?
Yeah.
There's still more to
I
do,
do.
but
Yes.
with what we found here, yes. I've taken notes.
The
I want
notice
to
is-
cross.
Right.
Sorry. Want
Go
to
ahead.
cross-examine the blood that you reconstituted, Hunter, with the blood that I found in the carriage.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to try and cross-examine the blood that I found in the carriage to the blood that you reconstituted.
I think that's a great idea.
If there's similarity there, or if there's, or if it's the same, or one and the same. There's a lot to think about right now.
Dio,
They
I
could
am...
have,
No, go ahead. Sorry.
they could have been down here while we were upstairs with Lord Decken, Solomon, and all the hostages could have been down here the whole time, and we didn't know about it.
We did hear the waves. Now we know the water. I do not know where we balance fury and smarts.
Well, if they were here, when we found Solomon,
Mm-hmm.
did he still have his spy's murmur?
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say he would have been in range,
Mm-hmm.
but probably didn't have it as a prisoner, so that would make more sense. For some reason, they weren't using any magic down there to try to reach out for help, so
Councilman Holtz.
Yes.
I am not satisfied. I would like to do one more thing.
Of course.
Lord Decken, for whatever reason, maybe he's mad, maybe he's greedy, maybe he's just purely unoriginal.
Oh.
But he is aware of the worst of us. That would make anyone paranoid. Someone more powerful, which there were, and we've seen, to come for them. Especially if they felt our presence or someone else closing in. And I'm gonna head to the master bedroom.
Okay.
And where are you most vulnerable? When you are sleeping.
oh, that was going to be my answer. That makes more sense than what I was thinking.
Or shitting.
There we go.
So let's imagine for a moment that we are Lord Decken, and I'm going to lay down on the bed. In Esh's
Ew.
mind, in a master of characters,
Uh-huh.
how Lord Decken would sleep. Kind of narrating all the while. I would want to be ready in a fraction of a second if someone were to come in because I was not useful anymore. Maybe there is a weapon nearby. Maybe there's blackmail. Maybe there's an escape. But I think what would be very precious is within a fraction of a second to where I am right now. Cinna, you are very acute of contraption. If you wanted to protect yourself in just a moment, what would you do? What would you
Moment?
hide?
If I wanted to protect myself within a moment, vortex will, or perhaps a shield. If I had no time, then a blinding light.
That is a smart play.
I used to sleep with a sword under my pillow.
And there we have the dichotomy of man. A
It's
shield
actually,
or a
there are
sword.
2 wolves.
Aaron, I'm going to just kind of like, almost like Snow Angel. Just kind of like, I don't know what it looks like
Yeah.
headboard.
Yeah, headboard.
Like maybe under the mattress where the pillow is, like in table, like just.
There is an end table that is next to the bed.
And I'm just going to put my hands out and like just really like flex my fingertips, and now I will cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
Wait, better answer. I'm a monk. I used to sleep wearing brass knuckles.
And like a pulse just kind of like ripples just the
Outwards.
sheets of the bed just enough.
You reach out, and there is an end table. And as you reach out, you like have your eyes closed. You can feel out and around and behind, and your hands wrap around a leather pouch that is behind this end table up against the wall. A snap and a small revolver pulls free. A small gun. Very similar in style to one that had been shown off before.
Is that the gun that shot me?
I'll pull it out. Still
Not
eyes
as-
closed.
Not as small, but probably the same type. This one couldn't be hidden in a sleeve as well as the one that your sister had used, but still pretty close.
Hey, careful on that sister business.
Sister, wish I missed her.
There is a lantern that is by the that is on that end table, and it does have a little bit of a glow to it.
What kind of glow?
What does prestidigitation fall under? Is that transmutation?
That's a very good question. I do not know. I'll look it up right now. It is transmutation.
Okay, so transmutational glow.
I will flip the gun. So handle is out. Hand that kind of wordlessly to Cinna. Specifically Cinna.
What, you don't
Yeah.
trust me with a gun?
No.
So
You
we'll
got
handle it.
revenge on the mind.
Nobody tell her. Ezra just thinks about the gun in his back pocket. Yeah, okay.
Then we'll handle it safely. Won't hit towards no one.
Much to what Senna had said, a little prying and a little like fiddling with that lamp. It emits a high powered
Nice.
light, almost like a flashbang.
Yeah, the flashbang.
But there is a secondary feature on it as well.
Oh no!
all three of you, all four,
Uh-oh.
I guess, hanging with Dio, feel a sudden headache.
High
Like-
pitch.
Like your head feels like it's throbbing, and you hear something vibrating, and then you hear glass shatter in one of the other bedrooms.
Oh, weird.
I will like
Tiny
get.
dolls.
I will do the immediate like, kind of get up, like stumble and try to find the glass shattering.
Yeah. It is indeed a high frequency vibration that is set off with this thing. Something that you leave it on, and like it's still like you hear the glass shatter in the other room after like 3 seconds after your head starts to hurt, and then you hear outside dogs howling and barking all in the neighborhood.
Good God, what is that?
I'm gonna use shocking grasp on the object
Thank you.
to try to short circuit
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it short circuits.
Okay.
I'll come back in, like ears are just kind of like faintly bleeding, almost like immediately, kind of like crusted. Just, all right, that's A plus, Senna. Good job.
Hmm.
What was that? Right, kill it. Again, more.
Flash, and that is a bang.
Surely someone with heightened senses would be very off-put by that.
Dimitri's not here.
What'd you say?
I think Dimitri's not here.
That is
Dimitri would
very-
have died.
It's
Yeah.
very interesting. They are employing and very scared of the very same people.
But I mean, yeah.
Senna, do you like do you look over the gun a little bit?
Yeah,
Check
I'd
if
like
it's
to.
loaded.
I want to see if there's any modifications to the gun from the normal standard for this weapon.
Normal standard guns don't carry silver bullets.
Ah. Okay. I do know that the guards from before had dog-like or wolf-like tendencies and features.
Yeah, you
To
had
them.
noticed that, yeah.
Hmm.
Correct.
Yeah, but
Why
so did
would-
Dimitri.
Well, Dimitri
Tiger.
had tiger. Yeah.
Oh,
Tiger.
Tiger, right.
These are very curious things, Dio said. Very particular set
What-
of mythology.
What kind of creature is killed by silver bullets?
Well, depends on your superstition.
And why would
Well-
Deccan need that?
The book
He's
that I
surrounded by
have,
his dogs.
the book that I found has mythologies in it. 2 and 2.
Indeed. It is both a curse and a blessing that many of the stories that we have grown with and known for a fact have been unraveled and raveled in their own mysteries over the centuries. There are plenty of stories that have been exaggerated over time. There are some with Orphic blood that had the ability to change their shape, change their being. This is an extremely rare thing. It was said once upon a time that it was Lady Hecate who oversaw those people.
Oh, that explains Dimitri.
Another curiosity. But Hecate has been dead since the collapse. There are some that still worship her, that much we knew. Particularly those who tend to stray towards the witchcraft. Crones.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Ash?
I want to check Dio. When he says Hecate's died, does he believe it? Or is it a very practiced line?
What year is it again? It's like
Make
1807?
1805.
All right.
Make a insight check.
I was gonna make a Nietzsche joke, but he hasn't been born yet.
24.
24.
Ooh.
I'm gonna send you a message.
He's learning secrets.
I don't like keeping secrets to myself.
The message just says, "Fuck you."
You can just tell me about the story and not use so much profanity.
Uh-huh.
You didn't need to say that about his mom, dude. That's real fucked up. I like that one, Graham.
Yeah,
Dio.
that's a yes.
Dio. Dio, I told you a story earlier today. A real one. You are a veteran. You are of high station. I gave you a situation report, and you have heard so many hundreds from hundreds of Orphics in the fold. And that is noble. But I believe that can really... You can lose your perspective. I thought I was more seasoned. But going through what we have over the past few days, it is vile. It is heavy. And I believe there is something that you want to say that you are not. And I do not mean this as an accusation, my friend. I mean this as... We three here are extremely capable. I guess now is as good a time as any to recommend Ezra to be fast-tracked through this program. They healed very well, and they killed much faster. Everything they did was with speed and precision, and then they celebrated, laughed, danced, and comforted who needed to. They are the best students we have had in a very long time, and they don't even know.
Do not have compliments.
It is a good time to grow the garden that will bear the tree, that will make the weapon, that will kill the concern that you are feeling right now. I do not want to deal with bureaucracy. I do not want to cut red tape. I want to know what you know, because I have told you without hesitation.
Thank
The intensity.
you.
The intensity.
Not
with
now, Ezra.
You just what?
the intensity with
That
which
was
you deliver that kind of has him like not necessarily taken aback, but he just kind of does the oh. for the last few months, actually it's probably been more than the last few years, the council has been considering changing the way students within the fold are taught. We fear that things are slipping through the cracks. Students learn easily enough going from teacher to teacher, going from class to class, as it were. Solomon apparently had the gift of portents, but you did not know, nor did any of his teachers before him. Somewhere along the way, Solomon advanced and thought it prudent or wise, or perhaps had no inkling of an idea that he should share that information with his superiors. That is the cost when you transfer student to teacher to teacher to teacher. Things slip.
Potence?
Divination.
Ah,
There are some in the council who would have students be permanently attached to a teacher until their graduation. A bond of trust being formed between student and teacher, and that way the teacher can give a measure of progress, a lot more detailed than before. I have a feeling that this case of Solomon will be the last step in that consideration. I agree, Ezra has shown to be extremely proficient in many things, but they are also still finishing their first year. There is much to this investigation that will take time to decipher, time to verify, just time in general. But that is something that we Orphics have a luxury of. It concerns me that someone related to Hecate would find themselves embroiled in the midst of those who can find a way to control the blood, as well as those who can find a way to shift their being, something that was regulated to our synergists, druids. Now this is something different, something not all the way in that era. The old gods have been dead for over 1,000 years, pushing on 2 now. It concerns me, the timing of all of these things. But we have much to study still. The desanguination of Solomon is also concerning. There has only been one other occurrence in recent memory where a study of blood was being handled. And it ended very unfortunately with the death of Erif Idris. That cult was also studying blood, were they not? He looks over at Senna. Yes. They were. But that particular case was brought to a close when they collapsed the castle on themselves and your father, Senna. But perhaps not all was lost. Or perhaps there was more to them than what was present at the time. We'll have to continue this investigation.
You.
Yes.
Did you see the jars?
I did.
Does that look like the luxury of time to you?
It looks like they have a head start. But now we know that they exist. We will have to do what we can.
Might I suggest not keeping your pauldrons so shiny?
You may.
Leaning over to Senna. Don't know what that means.
He needs to do more work outside of his office.
Oh,
Get down
okay.
and dirty.
Damn.
I will
You
formally
roasted
put
his
in
ass.
my request to fast track Ezra because we do not have time. We will not rely on it. There was a great metaphor for the diviners that are not here. We found a clock and we moved it aside, and I will do it again.
I have no doubt. It is a good thing that you will be now placed in charge of Ezra's training from this point forward.
Oh no, you're stuck with me.
It would be my honor.
Oh,
Not now, Ezra.
I'm sorry. That was sweet, and I need to acknowledge it.
Senna has been called a generational talent, and I think that does him a disservice. It is accurate. Do not misrepresent what I am saying. Independent of the mighty accomplishments of his father, he has proven everything that I hope the Fold to be. I will give him my utmost support, and I recommend him to be in charge of all the cross-referencing, in charge of the vault, of all this blood, and therefore the salvation of all the life force of the Orphix moving forward.
Noted. I will take your recommendations to the council.
Thank you. I would hate to bring the circus to them.
Indeed. Let us go home.
So you say.
Ezra, gather the books. Senna, you as well. As Ezra and Senna go back down to the second floor to gather the books that were in the library, Dio and Ash take a slower pace down. Senna, what were we gonna say?
I'm gonna keep the pistol, the revolver, and I'd like to examine the bullets a little closer
For sure.
in the lab. But yeah, I'll go and grab the. He'll pocket the revolver with the bullets and go get the books. The books.
Dio takes a slower pace down the stairs with Esh. Do not think I have not forgotten about your situation, Esh. I will make sure that Alder meets with us at the Priory once we arrive. We need to make sure that you are well enough to teach, to continue to teach. But I have a feeling that your particular situation is going to be perilous.
Have you ever seen a trapeze artist?
Oh, I've been to your circus once. Twice, I think.
Do you think that they focus or even think about the peril that they put themselves in?
Perhaps it is less you and perhaps it is more I.
Now there's some honesty that I can work with. Do not put your insecurities on me,
Got him.
Dio. I am fine. I am fit to teach. More than any other teacher. Because of my situation, not in spite of it. Thank you for your help.
Thank you for your candor.
It's the only way I know. And then I'm
So-
just gonna like point up, and then like the little bell sound happens.
That poor woman is like, ah!
Well, yeah. From across the town. Like, ah! You gather the things. And there is a moment where he takes out a piece of chalk that he like throws into the air, and it starts to like draw a circle onto the ground. All right, to the Black Forest Priory. And then in a moment, you guys disappear. Whisked away. Hundreds of miles to the south. Deep within the Black Forest exists the Black Forest Priory. An underground sanctuary large enough to be a small city. Training facilities exist here. Laboratories exist here. It is a hub between priories. There's plenty of traffic. And hopefully, plenty of answers. But we will find those answers next time.
Dragon Ball Z.
Senna!
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 Just when things started getting so interesting, and
That's okay. That just means that we'll do little like Senna interviews.
centimeter. No, never mind.
No, you got something. Keep going. Keep going.
Centimeters of, I don't know.
Aaron,
I'll
your
figure
voice
it out.
is gone.
Oh yeah, your voice is gone. By the way, Aaron, your voice is gone.
Senator. There we go.
Senator.
Oh,
Whoops!
Are we-
I just accidentally muted because my thigh was pressing against the button. My big old
Big
fat
thighs.
thigh.
Big
His new
thighs
job
mute.
is Senna. Yeah.
Your thigh said stream over.
But no, we'll do like little excerpts of Senna's investigation over the next little while. So you will not be forgotten. You will still be very useful to the organization and what they will continue to do. Yay! But we have a lot to cover, for there will be a slight time jump between this session and the next.
So what's that, 2 years?
What's 2 years? Yeah.
To an elf? Fuck all.
Beautiful job, Sunda.
Yeah.
All of y'all did a great job today.
We will miss you, man.
And an excellent job to
You still-
Dimitri in his pre-recorded session.
Good job, Dimitri.
Good
job,
job,
man.
If you hear this, keep at
Which
it.
you probably
Dimitri, if you are with us,
If you were with us,
let me get the Ouija
please
board
give us
out.
a sign.
won't. I think he passed out, honestly, because he was like, I'm gonna take a shower and then I'll probably see if I can jump on. And then he has not been online. I'm pretty sure.
What? No, I saw him. He was here for two
no,
messages.
I know. That's what I'm
Oh.
saying.
After
he said
that.
he was
Oh,
after
okay.
that. And I was like, hey, when you finish showering, you can jump on if you like. He's but I'll message you after I'm done showering. Pretty sure he passed out. The other night, he said he went to bed at like 7 p.m. and didn't wake up until 7 a.m. the next day. I was like, I
Hey.
could never.
I
I
did that the other day. It was
So-
great. I
Dimitri
went to-
turned into a were-tiger? Sorry,
Easy.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ba-doom.
No. Well, we will be back with Age of Intervention. Oh my gosh, it's already April. Holy crap. On the 17th, we'll be back. So 2 weeks.
And there's no this next week?
This next week, I will be traveling to Amarillo. So I will be on the road, but we will be talking because we have to like go over some time, some downtime, quote unquote
Yes.
downtime, even though it is very clear that Esh is not having any downtime coming up.
Yeah.
He is going to be working Ezra to the bone.
He's
That's
a
right.
working gal.
You're gonna have to do all of the things.
What if we just
Um,
both turn into Thor in in game?
Yeah.
Where we just like, you know what?
Chubby beard.
Let's take a load off. Motivation's gone.
Yeah, next week we will have Vampire, I believe, on Wednesday. We won't have the Tuesday stream. We won't have a Thursday stream. And then the following week, we will have a Tuesday stream, a Wednesday stream, a Thursday stream, and a Friday stream. So, we're coming back with a bang. It's
Bang.
fine. Bang.
Hey, that means next session
shoot that
I'll have aged.
2 whole years. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
And also in real life, I will be 27 now for next session.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Happy pre-birthday.
Aries clan, res up.
Oh my gosh. Freaking Aries.
Don't do some like Russian agent activation phrase.
Aries clan.
Suddenly,
clan,
some
rise up.
goats.
And
Let's go,
Joom
Joom.
turns 30 on Saturday. Welcome to ancientness. Oh my gosh.
He is the ancient, he is the land.
Oh
If
my
I was the
God.
Lexoff right now, I would be very pissed at the mention of Aries. But I'll
Yeah,
just
just
let
a
it
little
go.
bit. It's fine. Children, all of you. I am the Joom. But anyway, we will see you guys soon. So take care, be brave, stay fey. The safe word is mango, and praise the mother.
Praise the mother!
Praise the mother. Bye.